Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera
up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome back to Red Shores. Second part of our PEI Coal Stakes double header kicks off here in about 29 minutes. We have a 14-dash program this afternoon. We had the freshman Colts and fillies competing in the PEI Coal Stakes. It was an excellent afternoon of racing. Congrats to all the winners this afternoon. And then tonight we got the sophomore Colts and fillies going to do their thing. And we also have the Atlantic Mares Series and the feature. It comes up in race 14. Hi, everyone. It's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. Again, the feature comes up in race 14. It is the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial Field of 7. Nothing bugs me as the rail. Better than spring as opposed to Twinbee Tough Enough was a winner last week. Part of Barrio's historic 9-win performance as a driver. Quite a night last week. He capped it off with a win in the feature with Twinbee Tough Enough. They have post 3 tonight. Runner-up last week, B2B as post 4, Roland post 5, Nutbuff Finesse as post 6, and Salzbrook Ian rounds out the talented field of 7 in the finale. Should be an excellent card. We hope you enjoy it. Before we get to the action, we got to get up to the program and equipment changes. And Vance, excellent afternoon of racing. Another blockbuster card tonight. Up to you for the program and equipment changes.
It's a real testament, Kurt, to the founding fathers of the PEI Colt Stakes and right to the present-day board of directors. It's been their biggest single day for the PEI Colt Stakes. All Colt Stakes action this afternoon. We're back with 11 of them tonight. And the stakes program here on the East Coast, it's mighty fantastic. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 44 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 18 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Gary Devine. And now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 1. In the first race, scratch number 7, Touch the Fire. She will not go. Race 1, scratch number 7, Touch the Fire. Turning over to race number 2, a gold division of the PEI Coal Stakes, number 4, Howmack Charger, going from blinkers to a blind bridle, adding a Shady Daisy shadow roll. Next change will turn over to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 3, Molly Malone, going from a blind bridle to blinkers. Final change on tonight's program goes in race number 12, a division of the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. In the 12th race, number 5, Aviana, from an ear hood to ear plugs. That wraps up the changes at this time on the 14-race presentation. The Parametro wickets are open and selling. The first race post time, it goes at 6 o'clock. That will give you 25 minutes to make your race 1 selections.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. Second half of our doubleheader 14- program. Tonight we feature the PEI Colt Stakes. We got the sophomore Colts and Fillies, Golds and Grassroots. We also have the Atlantic Mare Series. They're in town tonight. And we have the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. And we're going to take a look at last year's Richard Campbell Memorial. It was B2B defending his title. He was the 2023 winner. He equaled the track record in 2023, 150-1 in the Richard Campbell Memorial. He came back the next year, defended the title, and picked up the win. He was about 6-1 on the board. He got away mid-pack. So we'll take a look at the replay from last year's Richard Campbell Memorial.
Going to the outside, halfway home, led by Rollum and Campbell. Second is Fern Hill General. 56 seconds flat, consecutive 28-second splits. Down to 3/8 of a mile to go. The unchallenged leader, that is Rollum, going to 3/4. Fern Hill General second. From the outside third, Roll with Hottie Toddy up the rail, batter up Hanover. He's up fourth. From the outside fifth. On by 3/4 B2B, trailing the field. Twin Beat chopping up 3/4 in the books. 1:24-2. 28-2 in the third quarter. Campbell is homeward bound with Rollum. Fern Hill General second. B2B coming on the outside third. Twin Beat chopping up. Rollum needs the line. Here's the Blue Knight. B2B has upset them in the second division of the Richard Campbell Memorial. Rollum held second. Twin Beat tough enough. He rallied up third. An excellent trip of 1:52.4.
It was an excellent trip, and he did it the same way in 2023. He got away mid-pack, and then he brushed and crushed first up in 2023. He won by probably 10 or 12 lengths. I can't remember exactly, but I know he won by a lot that year in 50-1. So he followed it up the very next year. As Vance mentioned, a bit of an upset. He was 6-1 on the board. Rollum was the favorite. Got away mid-pack, had that great second over trip, and he can really fire down the lane when he's covered up for a little bit of the mile. And so we'll look for maybe a similar trip. He has the same post tonight, so he's back to defend the title. He's looking for the three-peat natural hat-trick in the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial, and I think he can get it done. I got him picked to win from post 4 for the Blue Knight Hughes. Also in the race is Nothing Bugs Me from the rail, better than spring. Post 2, Twin Beat tough enough. Post 3, post 5 goes to Rollum. Nut Butt Finesse from post 6, and Salisbrook Ian from post 7. So the 2025 edition, it'll be sure to be a good one with this field, and so we'll see if B2B can defend that title and pick up the three-peat. We are about 10 minutes away from the opener, and I'll be back after the post break to pick up my top selections for the first.
3-year-old pacing fillies in the grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes on the first race parade. Pop the Pin, number 1. Owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. Misbelieving, number 2, owned by Brian Ramsey of Summerside. Allison Ramsey of Winslow North, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Oduya, number 3, owned by Claire McDonald, Fonzie McCachran, and Robert McFadden of Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald trains and drives. 4, Moonbound, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling. 5 is Shadow Princess, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. JJ Nicky, number 6, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. Number 7, Touch the Fire, has been scratched. Only 2 minutes to post time. Welcome to Red Shores for tonight's 14- program featuring the PEI Colt Stakes and the Richard Campbell Memorial. Kurt Hughes and the I'll Pick 5. They're coming up next.
That's right, Vance. I'll Pick 5 kicking off here in race 1. Low 15% takeout, guaranteed pool of $2,000. We also have the daily double exactor, superfecta tractor wagering, and the wild horses tag. Jackpot is $25. My I'll Pick 5. It looks like pop the pin in the first one. I like the 1, pop the pin to get the job done from the rail. Race 2, going to go with the 5, Lady Hess. Race 3, going to go with the 2, Abiding Art. Race 3, going with Abiding Art. Race 4, going to go with Miramichi Charlie, the 2. Then I'm going to close it out with the 7, One Wicked Man. So my I'll Pick 5 is looking like 1, 5, 2, 2, 7. So good luck with if you're playing along with the I'll Pick 5 here in race number 1. Running out of time to get in on that wager. And again, it carries a low 15% takeout. There's my top play. Pop the pin from the rail in race 1. This is a 3-year-old filly by Courtly Choice, owned by Dave McDonald of Belfast. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes drives. Reeled off 2 in a row. Pretty impressive miles, too. 57-2 off a pocket ride, and then 2 starts back off a second over trip, getting up for the win, 57-2 both times. And then last time out, had the rail. Got a good 2-hole ride, ended up 3rd, race timed in 58, closing quarter 29 flat. Should get a real good trip up close to the lead here again tonight. So I'm going to put this one on top here in this PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old filly grassroots division. Nice price, 9-2. Okay, we'll quickly take a look at the 2 here. Misbelieving. Kenny Murphy drives for trainer Joe Baxter. Brian Ramsey shares ownership with Allison Ramsey. This is a 3-year-old filly by Believe in. Bruiser coming in off a win off an overnight event there on the front end, 59-2. Good 3rd prior to that, 58-1. 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds from just 9 starts this year. Over 13,000 made. Should get a good trip from post 2, either on the lead or maybe in the 2-hole, but with post 2, I'm thinking Kenny Murphy in this grassroots division, he's going to want the front end, so I'm betting they're going to set up shop on the front. Misbelieve and could go the distance too at 2-1. Okay, we're getting close here in race number 1. Woodmere O'Dewey, this one's got a shot as well. 4 wins, 3 seconds, and 5 thirds. That is 12 for 15 in the top 3, a little over 15,000 made. Claire McDonald trains and drives. She also co-owns along with Fonzie McEachran and Robert McFadgen, 3-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry. She reeled off 2 in a row in Churro prior to that 5th from post 7 last time out. Got away 8 by 12 last time out. Closed to be only beaten 5 lengths at the finish. Race timed in 59 flat. Closing quarter 29-1. She's good from off the pace. Should track along maybe in the 3 or 4 hole here, and she's got that great closing kick. So I think she can round it out at 3-2. PEI Cold Stakes 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division, purse $10,125, and the field is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Pop the Pin, Misbelieving, Woodmere O'Dewey, Moonbound, Shadow Princess, JJ Nicky, scratched down to a half a dozen fillies here in the first race, PEI Cold Stakes, top of the stretch. Now, approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Misbelieving, leaving out. Pop the Pin going with here. Woodmere O'Dewey, the third one to the turn. To get away fourth is Moonbound. Then fifth is Shadow Princess. And the trailer, that is JJ Nicky. A programmed order start. They go to the backstretch, Pop the Pin, and the Blue Knight use. They'll control early. Misbelieving set up for the 2-hole ride. Woodmere O'Dewey has a gap back to her in third. Racing fourth, Moonbound, then fifth. That is Shadow Princess, and trailing is JJ Nicky. They go on by the first quarter mile. They're in straight alignment, and 29 and 1 opened it up. Pop the Pin, the leader, midway round the top turn. That's Misbelieving second, starting to close in from third. Woodmere O'Dewey. Moonbound has fourth. That is Shadow Princess and JJ Nicky. They approach the midway point, led by Pop the Pin. Misbelieving is second. There goes Moonbound, starting on the outside. She's first up third. Following that cover on the outside, fourth is Shadow Princess. Woodmere O'Dewey rides the rail fifth. JJ Nicky is sixth. 59 seconds flat for a half mile by the 5/8. They straighten to the backstretch, and they're going to 3/4. Pop the Pin, the leader. Now Moonbound is picked up second. Third at the rail, Misbelieving. Then in fourth is Woodmere O'Dewey. On the outside, Shadow Princess fifth. Now trailing JJ Nicky. 3/4 completed. Pop the Pin was there in 1:27 and 3. She's still the leader with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Pop the Pin, Misbelieving is second, stalling third now. That's Moonbound. Down the home stretch they come. Pop the Pin, second, Misbelieving. Woodmere O'Dewey on the rail. Here's Pop the Pin and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. They go all the way in the PEI Cold Stakes. Misbelieving second, Woodmere O'Dewey third, 1:56.4.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for the opener on this doubleheader evening card. And Pop the Pin, we thought the inside 3 would probably sit 1, 2, 3. I didn't know how Pop the Pin would get around that first turn. Last week scoring out in that overnight, she made a skip scoring down, and so she ended up in the 2-hole there. I think maybe Jason was conservative leaving out in that overnight event. Well, tonight we had a good look at her scoring down prior to the race, and she looked good getting around that first turn. So Hughes put her right on the front and controlled things. 29-1, half 59, and that sealed the deal. I think that soft second quarter Down to 3/4, they stepped it up 127-3. She picks up a new speed badge here tonight. 156-4 for Pop the Pin and Hughes in the PEI Coal Stakes division of the grassroots here tonight as they kick it off with a win. The 2 is second. Woodmere Oduya third. 1-2-3 unofficially here in race 1. And we'll see Pop the Pin back in the Crown Rust Proofing winner's circle next.
Pop the Pin arrives at the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle in tonight's opener, bay facing filly 3 by Courtly Choice from the Mach 3 dam, Poppycock, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, bred by the 30-plus stable of Trenton, Ontario, trained by Ashley Gamester, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes had the filly on top at every call, facing to a new record tonight, 156-4. Pop the Pin in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from tonight's first race. Pop the Pin was the winner. Misby leaving second. Woodmere Oduya third. Moonbound finished fifth. Shadow Princess was fourth. JJ Nicky finished sixth. Touch the Fire was scratched. Fractions 29-1, 59, 127-3, and the mile in 156-4. In review, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6 scratch. Pop the Pin paid $4.50 to win. The exactor $18.30, triactor $26, and the superfecta $15.02.
Red Shores has a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the Isle Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 super high fives, and the new Late Pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The Isle Pick 5, super high 5, and Late Pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout.
Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old pacing fillies on the second race parade. Japatika won. Owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Elm Grove Talia number 2, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Baglow. David Dowling trains and drives. 3, Lady Lamorai is owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope. Adam Murner trains and drives. Hamac Charger number 4, owned by Paul Conway of Bonshaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown, trained by Paul Conway. Tonight, Jason Hughes. 5, Lady Hess, owned by Group of 7 Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. Starship Alaska number 6, owned by Windermere Farms, Beryl McNeil and Kyle Williams, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. 4 minutes to post time. The Richard Campbell Memorial comes up in the 14th race tonight and is proudly presented by the Campbell family and Reliable Motors.
Okay, we got a good one here in race 2, PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies gold division. Purse $20,250. Lady Hess, my top play. I watched a race in Woodstock the last 2 weeks, and big trips, 54-1 both trips. The start in the final going for 70,000 in against the boys. That's a tough thing for a filly to do, and she was able to grab the show dough there. Only beat 3 lengths at the finish, 54-1 closing quarter, 29-3, and that was for Corey McPherson. Corey in the seat tonight for trainer Jamie Smith and the Group of 7 stable of Charlottetown. The 3-year-old daughter of Heston Blue Chip off that big trip against the boys last time out and against the fillies here tonight. Even though she has post 5, she had post 6 in that race in Woodstock. So post 5 here in Charlottetown shouldn't be too taxing on her. So I think she can get the win. Currently even money on the board. Elm Grove Talia, 13 for 13 in the top 3 this year. 4 wins, 6 seconds, and 3 thirds, closing in on 36,000 made this year. 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. David Dowling trains and drives for our Kingsley Walsh, Donald Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Shane Bagalow. Coming in off a good second to I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You in an overnight, and a good third prior to that, and a Lady Slipper Gold. Nice race times too, 56-2, 2 back, and then last time out, 57-3 off a pocket ride. So Elm Grove Talia from this inside draw should be forwardly placed, probably setting up in the 2 or 3 hole, and I think they can maybe complete the exactor here at 5-2. And probably cutting the mile, maybe Jeffatika. This one has really good gate speed. If they have good gate speed and Heffernan's on board, they're probably going to be put on the front end. Jackie Heffernan is the owner breeder. Miles Jr. trains, and this one in an overnight, 2 starts back, was on the front end from post 2, finished second, race timed in 58-4. shows a nice second three back in 56-2 and a Lady Slipper Gold. Had the rail on that day, had a good 2-hole ride, finishing second to not a bad filly, understatement, Bad Girl Bridget. Incredible season she's having. And this one was a really close second, just beat 3 1/4 at the finish. A really good closing quarter there, 29-2. So Jeff Atika could round out the try at 5-1. Excellent group of sophomore fillies lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's second race. PI Cold Stakes Gold Division purse $20,250 up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Kurt, we have Liam Walker over in Inverness, Nova Scotia, celebrating his 6th birthday today. So it's happy birthday, Liam, from Mom, Dad, and friends. The second race, the Gold Division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old filly Pacers, $20,250 on the line. Post time, Japatika is the first one out. Second is Elm Grove Talia. Third, Lady Lemurai. Lady Hess coming from the outside fourth. Then fifth is Hamac Charger, and on the outside sixth, Starship Alaska. They swing by the eighth, Japatika out in front. It may be short-lived. Here's Dowling and Elm Grove Talia now to take over. Lady Hess gonna keep them honest. She's on the outside, 3 wide third. Lady Lemurai fourth, then in fifth, Hamac Charger. Trailing the field, Starship Alaska. They're by the quarter in a solid 28. And a 1. Elm Grove Talia, the leader. Racing from second, Japatika. Lady Hess found a friend to drop in, but she's still outside third. Racing from fourth, that's Lady Lemurai. Then in fifth, it's Hamac Charger. And the trailer six, Starship Alaska. They're halfway home, led by Elm Grove Talia. Here comes Lady Hess to take another shot at the leader. Third up the rail, Japatika. Then in fourth, that's Lady Lemurai, 57 and 4 1/2. Racing fifth on the outside is Starship Alaska. Now the trailer, Hamac Charger. They're going to the backstretch, led by Elm Grove Talia. Challenged by Lady Hess. In the pocket, Japatika third. Lady Lemurai fourth. Up the inside is Hamac Charger now fifth. And now the trailer, that's Starship Alaska, 3/4 in 1:26 and 2. Rounding the turn for the final time, arriving at 7/8. Elm Grove Talia is still there. Japatika is second. Lady Hess, then it's Lady Lamorai. Down the stretch they come. Elm Grove Talia, Japatika, Lady Lamorai up the inside gets the gold. Lady Lamorai and Murder. Second, Japatika. Elm Grove Talia third. 1:55 and 1.
How great is this? Talking to the connections of this filly and having some issues with her this summer with her health and that, but tonight, wow, did she put it all together, and Murder drove her perfectly. Ground-saving trip in along the inside, mid-pack as Elm Grove, Talia, and Dowling, they called the shots on the front. 28-1 rough trip for Lady Hess. Out to pass the quarter, back in for a little bit, just to 3/8, and then back out again at the half. 57-4, 3/4, 126-2. Jeff and Teague are going to pull pocket to the outside. Lady Lamorai going to go right up the inside for Murner, up the pass lane as she gets up for the victory here. 155-1 for Lady Lamorai in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division for 3-year-old fillies. She puts it all together here tonight and gets it done in an upset at 11-1. Jeff Atika, the pocket sitter, at 13-1 second. Elm Grove Talia, the fraction setter, at 4-1, grabs third. So 3-1-2 unofficially here in race 2. We'll see Lady Lamorai and her connections back in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes Lady Lamorai to the second race winner's circle, facing Brown Filly 3 years. The daughter of Arthur Blue Chip is off the Modern Art Dam Sestina, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope, bred by Jeff Hinneker of Nova Scotia. Adam Murner, training and driving, guides the filly to her 5th, a lifetime victory tonight. The miles in 1:55 and a 1/5. Lady Lamorai captures gold in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the second race. Japatika was second. Elm Grove Talia finished third. Lady Lamurai, the race winner. Hamac Charger was 6th. Lady Hash was 4th. Starship Alaska finished 5th. They went 28 and 1, 57 and 4, 126 and 2, and the mile 155 and 1. From the top of your program reads 231-645. Lady Lamurai paid $25.20 on the nose. The exactor $76. The triactor $1,043.90. The superfecta was $205.46, and the early daily double paid $199.90.
Excellent pay in that second race, over 1,000 for the try. I want to tell you about HBI PEI Rewards. Red Shores is pleased to announce HBI Rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. And you can sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HBI Rewards program for PEI.
Three-year-old Colt Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes on the third race parade. Dusty Duke won, owned by Norma Legier from Shediac, and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones, Brady Sweet driving. Abiding Art number 2, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owners Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge. 3, Red High to Shanghai, owned and trained by Wade Myers of Charlottetown, Mark Campbell catch drives. Mark 8 Up number 4, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant, trained by Jeff Lilly, Jacob Sweet. Jackie Pang number 5, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, and Joel LeBlanc from Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson is the trainer driver. 5 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. For driver profiles, post time picks, and race replays, visit Redshores.ca.
Race 3 on track. PEI Colt 6 3-year-old Colts. Grassroots division, purse $9,250. This is a compact field of 5, and this is a very evenly matched group. You can't go wrong with anyone in this race. I've elected to go with the 2, Abiding Art. It's a free-legged son of Roll With It Harry Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Shows a couple nice trips in 57 and change in the last few starts. Had that good third in the last start from post 4, getting to the front. Ended up third, 57 and 4, closing quarter 30 and 1. Had a nice win on the front end from post 2. 4 starts back, 57 and 3, closing quarter 28 and 1. Even shows a mile in 55 and 4 off a front end effort, finishing third there. 28 and 1 closing quarter. Pretty nice mile. 7, 4, 16 in the top 3. Just one win though, so we'll see how they do here in from post 2. I think they're going to probably maybe cut the mile. The one does show some inside speed. Shows on the front end at Woodstock, so we'll see what happens when the wing's full, but abiding art. And the veteran Kenny Arsenault trains and drives this one for Jack and Brendan Melanson. We'll see how they do here from post 2 at 5 to 2.
Reminder to the connections of the Atlantic Age Facing Mares Series, there is a starting fee. It's due in the race office. Must be there an hour prior to the start of the race you're in. And the PEI Colt Stakes, same thing. You need to make your starting payments an hour prior to post time for the horse that you have in to go. Make sure you get your starting payments into the race office.
Mark Campbell gets the call aboard Red Eye to Shanghai here for this one. He had a post 3, 3-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil. Wade Myers, he trains, he owns, and he's also the breeder out of his old mare, Julep Hanover Western Ideal mare. And this one is 8 for 17 in the top 3, closing in on 10,000 made. Shows some nice trips in 58. A nice score there from off the pace. Spotted them 7 by 10. That was about 6 starts back. Rallied to finish third, just beat 3/4 of a length. Actually 5 starts back, 57 to 4. Closing quarter 29 and 1. He was a pocket setting second the start prior to that, and 57 to 1. Made a couple breaks, but looks like those are behind him after that 5th place finish last time out. Gets our top driver here in Mark Campbell. So I'm liking the driver change to Campbell. Playing that angle for the 3, Red Eye to Shanghai, 2 to 1. Down to now 0 minutes to post before race 3. If you're playing the Super or Try, Mark It Up and Jackie Pang, I could flip-flop on these two. They both have a good shot at hitting the top 3. Both show trips in 57 on their card, and this one's coming in off a break. Mark It Up, the 4, Jacob Sweet drives for trainer Jeff Lilly. This one shows a nice trip in 57 and 2. 3 starts back, and then a good third and a Joe O'Brien grass route back in August 16th. So from post 4 in this compact field, probably get away 4th and maybe rally to grab the top 3 spot at 3 to 1. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts grassroots division here in race 3, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Dusty Duke, Abiding Art, Red Eye to Shanghai, Mark It Up, Jackie Pang, top of the stretch. Third race, ready for a start. The rough and pacing, Mark It Up leaves out at the rail, Dusty Duke. In between them, Abiding Art. Then the fourth one into the turn, Red Eye to Shanghai. And then the trailer, Jackie Pang, the 3 wide at the 8th pole. In between them, it's Abiding Art, the leader. Out there 3 deep is Mark It Up second. At the rail, Dusty Duke in third. Then fourth, that is Red Eye to Shanghai. And Jackie Pang is fifth. Over to the opening quarter, Abiding Art in line to Kenny Arsenault. Their quarter pole leading. Now tucked in second is Mark It Up. Racing third, Dusty Duke. Fourth, Red Eye to Shanghai. Jackie Pang fifth, 28 and 3, the opening quarter. Arriving at 3/8, Abiding Art in control now for Kenny Arsenault. 2-hole ride belongs to Mark It Up. Then in mid-pack third, Dusty Duke. Red Eye to Shanghai fourth, and Jackie Pang is fifth at the midway point. Abiding Art getting him halfway home. There goes a Red Eye to Shanghai, starting up on the outside. Up the rail, Mark It Up, the half in 59 seconds flat. Then racing towards the rail, Dusty Duke on the outside. That's Jackie Pang fifth. 3/8 of a mile left to go, and Abiding Art has his own way. Up and at him on the outside is Red Eye to Shanghai. Third is Mark It Up. Moving up fourth on the outside is Jackie Pang, and now the trailer, Dusty Duke. Oh, they're starting to pick him up, and they're starting to put him down in the late going. 3/4 in 1:29 flat. Set up for a sprint to the finish now. 1/8 of a mile to go. Abiding Art the leader. Red Eye to Shanghai the challenger. Mark It Up third. Jackie Pang is there fourth, and they're in deep stretch now. Red Eye to Shanghai with Mark Campbell in the PEI Colt Stakes. Jackie Pang up second. Abiding Art third. Time for the mile in 1:57.2.
Well, if you've been watching Red Shores racing over the past 15 years, you'll know that when Mark Campbell sits up on one for the first time, even if it's first up, they got a really good shot at winning, and he jumps up in this guy for the first time. Red Eye to Shanghai first up on Abiding Art off a half in 59. That was a well-rated mile by the veteran Arsenault, 3/4, 1:29. They fired a last quarter, 28 and 2. Red Eye to Shanghai just keeps on digging for Campbell. We've seen this many times before, and he does it here again with this 3-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil. Red Eye to Shanghai gets it done here in a grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Red Eye to Shanghai arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle here in the third. Bay pacing gelding 3 by Shanghai Phil off the Western Ideal Dam. Julep Hanover. Wade Myers of Charlottetown is the owner, trainer, and breeder. Mark Campbell with that catch driving call into the winner's circle. guides the colt to a new record of 157 and 2. Red High to Shanghai in the PEI Colt Stakes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll direct your attention to our trackside winner's circle. On Saturday, September 6, 2025, at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park, Joe Barrio recorded 9 wins on that race program, which set a Prince Edward Island record for most wins on a single program. This record marks another notable achievement for this Sports Hall of Fame and O'Brien Award winner who currently has 5,375 victories. A career driving average of a sparkling 376 and career earnings of over $12 million. Joining us trackside is Lee Drake, Manager of Racing and Marketing, April Myers, Assistant Manager of Racing, and Blaine McPherson, Chair of the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, with a special plaque to celebrate this incredible achievement of 9 wins on one race card. Congratulations again to Joe Barrio for setting the record on September 6, 2025 at Red Shores at the Charlottetown Driving Park. He is the Maritime Magic Man, Gil Barrio. Now the official results from the third race: Dusty Duke 5th, Abiding Art 3rd. Red Eye to Shanghai, the race winner. Mark It Up was 4th. Jackie Pang finished 2nd. They went 28 and 3, 59, 129, and the mile in 157 and 2. In review, it's 5-3-1, 4-2. Red Eye to Shanghai paid $360. The exactor $19, triactor $29.30, superfecta $8.43. 3-year-old facing colts in the PEI Colt Stakes on the 4th race parade. And we have a special happy birthday wish going out to Aubrey Woods. Aubrey is celebrating his 90th birthday, and there is a birthday party being held tonight in New Brunswick. On behalf of all of us at Red Shores and the harness racing industry, happy birthday to Aubrey Woods. 4th race parade, Don't Come Looking, number 1, owned by Harold Ariane Angeli Duguay from Pavos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. Miramichi Charlie the 2, owned by Clayton and Joseph McCombs of Miramichi, New Brunswick, trained by Danny Romo, Mark Campbell. Chromed Up the 3, owned by Mark Galland and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay, Corey McPherson. Moonlight 4, owned by the ICU stable of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 5 is Cheese Whiz, owned by Sandra Webster, Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. 6 is Salisbrook Bolt, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Brady Sweet, above the wheels. 4 minutes to post time. The Stephen and Joe McCrae Memorial Open Mares Final is set for Sunday, October 13th, proudly presented by McCrae's Backhoe and Trucking.
All right, back on track we go here for race 4. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts. Grassroots Division Purse, $9,250. Mark Campbell picks up the drive here aboard the Danny Romo trainee Miramichi Charlie. This guy was large last time out. In Truro, non-winners 801, last 5, had a pocket-sitting victory in 158 for Ernie Laffin. Closing quarter, 29-1. Clayton and Joseph McCombs, they share ownership. They're also the breeders of this 3-year-old colt by Malicious, closing in on 17,000 this year. 14 of 15 in the top 3. Mark Campbell picks up the live drive here. Miramichi Charlie, the favorite right now at 1-2. We got Exactor, Superfecta Tractor, Wagering, Win Place, and Show. We also have the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25. If you're playing the Exactor, this one's a good option. The 1, Don't Come Looking, Harold and Ariane and Angeli Duguay of Pabos, Quebec. They share ownership of this 3-year-old by Tobago K's. Chris Davey trains. Dowling was in the seat last time out, second place first. That was on Tuesday night in Summerside. Great effort, 57-4. Closing quarter, 29-1. Should get a similar trip, I would think, from post 1 here again tonight, probably in the 2-hole. And so we'll see if Don't Come Looking can crack the top 2 for the second consecutive week. Currently long odds at 17-1. Corey McPherson in the seat here aboard the 3, Chromed Up, 3-year-old by Tobago K's. Mark Gallant and Craig Arsenault, they are the owners. They're also the breeders. Chris McKay trains. Coming in off a 3rd from post 3 last time out. 58-1 for Brody McPhee. Closing quarter, 29-1. Race good in the Joe O'Brien Grassroots. 4 starts back as well on the front end. Ended up second by a length for Campbell. Take a look at that race time. 156 flat. Closing quarter, 28-3. So Chromed Up does have a really good shot in here from post 3 at 5-2. 3-year-old Colts grassroots lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Don't Come Looking, Miramichi Charlie, chromed up. Moonlight Cheese Whiz and Salzbrook Bolt, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Cheese Whiz leaves out with Chromed Up and Miramichi Charlie, and Don't Come Looking will guard the cones as they race round the turn. Then fifth towards that inside is Moonlight on the outside six. Salzbrook Bolt, the quarter pole bound. Miramichi Charlie along the rail. Cheese Whiz right alongside, and he'll take the lead. Cheese Whiz to the front for Kenny Murphy. Second is Miramichi Charlie. Don't Come Looking's away third. Then in fourth, that's Chromed Up. Fifth is Moonlight, followed by the trailer, Salzbrook Bolt, 29 seconds flat. And here comes Campbell and Miramichi Charlie. Back to the lead at the 3/8. Cheese Whiz gives way now to go second. Back into third. Don't Come Looking. Then fourth is Chromed Up. Racing from fifth is Moonlight, followed by the trailer, Salzbrook Bolt. They're halfway home in the fourth, led by Miramichi Charlie. Cheese Whiz is second. Don't Come Looking, a racing third. Chromed Up goes fourth. Moonlight in fifth. Salzbrook Bolt is sixth. 57. 3 opening half mile. They swing by the 5/8, led by Miramichi Charlie. Cheese Whiz at the rail. Don't Come Looking third. There goes Chromed Up, sent to the outside fourth. Salzbrook Bolt on the outside fifth. Now the trailer at the rail. That is Moonlight, down to a quarter of a mile to go. Miramichi Charlie in the late going leads it for Campbell. Cheese Whiz at the rail. Chromed Up is coming on the outside. Salzbrook Bolt is taken over fourth. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 2. Homeward bound. Miramichi Charlie. Chromed Up now right alongside and takes over late. Deep stretch. Now here's Cheese Whiz coming back on to get it all for Kenny Murphy. Might have been Don't Come Looking up the inside with a closing Salzbrook Bolt. 156-2.
Well, I didn't have Cheese Whiz swinging off the gate for Kenny Murphy on my bingo card here tonight. What an effort and what a drive by Kenny. Aggressive, really aggressive early, getting to the lead and end up a little give and go with Campbell. Miramichi Charlie back to the front, 29, and then Campbell just kept on rocking and rolling, 57-3. Cheese Whiz getting a real good covered up trip through 3/4, 127-2. Big effort from the three here. Chromed Up, first up for McPherson. They're going to land on the scene late in the stretch, but up the inside here, up the pass lane goes Murphy with an excellent steer here aboard. Cheese Whiz are going to get up for the grassroots PEI Colt Stake victory in 156-2. That's a new pacing record for the 3-year-old colt by Better Than Cheddar. We'll see Cheese Whiz and Murphy back in the Crown Rust Proofing winner circle next.
Here comes Cheese Whiz to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt 3. The son of Better Than Cheddar is off the Dragon Again dam. Do It Again. Owned by Sandra Webster, Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Bred by Charlotte Ranch of New Brunswick, trained by Cliff Murphy, and Kenny Murphy will guide the colt to a new record and the colt's 5th lifetime victory. The mile in 1:56 and 2. Cheese Whiz in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results from tonight's 4th race. Don't Come Looking was 2nd. Mary She Charlie 5th. Chromed Up 4th. Moonlight finished 6th. Cheese Whiz the race winner. Salisbrook Bolt was 3rd. They went 29, 57 and 3, 127 and 2, and the mile in 1:56 and 2. From the top, your program reads 254 613. Cheese Whiz paid $9 to win. The Exactor 91.30, Triactor paid $501.10, Superfecta $407.25. Three-year-old pacing colts in a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes are on the 5th race parade. Number 1, Moonfall, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. Big Pond Cash, number 2, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Evil Lou, number 3, owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Mike McWigan is the trainer, driven by Corey McPherson. Benham Alive, number 4, home by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jeff does the training tonight. Jacob Sweet drives. Woodmere Rocket Man, number 5, home by Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gil Barrio trains and drives. Now the 6, Dilicious, owned by Darrell and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey and Wade Piccone. Darrell McLean is the trainer-driver. 1, Wicked Man, wears 7, owned by James Perot from Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes, featured in the Super High 5, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Going to the far outside in here, Kurt, and 1, Wicked Man off of that victory in the $70,000 Barrio McIsaac Memorial. Get up in the nick of time for the veteran Kenny Arsenault. I like the 3, Evil Lou, coming off of that win for Barrio in 54 and 4. I'll use the 1, Moonfall, for 3rd. For 4th, I went to Barrio and the Woodmere Rocket Man, and I closed it out with Big Pond Cash from post 2. 73152 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
I was a little scared of Big Pond Cash, so I left him off my top 5. Vance off that last trip, but it would be no doubt with Campbell back on board, he may hit part of this ticket. I went with 1, Wicked Man as well on top of the ticket. I like Evil Lou in there for 2nd off that trip, off that big win last time out for Barrio in 54 and 4. I'm going to throw him in there for 2nd. I like the 5, Woodmere Rocket Man. Going to throw the 1, Moonfall in there for 4th. And I'm going to close it out with Dilicious out there in post 6. But 1, Wicked Man off that big win in the Barrio McIsaac. Even though he is post 7 here tonight, he will be definitely tough to beat in this PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. So there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets for race 5. Good luck with yours here in the 5th. Got some happy birthday shout outs. Got a happy 60th birthday to Roxanne Hicks and happy 60th birthday to Tessa Mintz. So happy birthday from all of us here at Red Shores, celebrating your 60th with us. Thank you for making us a part of your evening. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts Gold Division purse $18,500, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Moonfall, Big Pond Cash, Evil Lou, Bet 'em Alive, Woodmere Rocket Man, Dilicious, One Wicket Man, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Evil Lou leaves out. Moonfall along the rail, Dilicious till they're outside. Big Pond Cash enters the turn fourth to get away fifth. That's Bet 'em Alive. Then in sixth, Woodmere Rocket Man, and One Wicket Man is trailing the field. Up the backstretch, they're going to the quarter. Evil Lou from the outside, coming on to take over top spot. Now in second is Moonfall. Third up the rail, Big Pond Cash. Dilicious, he dropped in fourth. Racing fifth, Bet 'em Alive. Back into sixth, Woodmere Rocket Man, trailing the field. One Wicket Man, 28 and won the opening quarter mile. Evil Lou made front for Corey McPherson. Now the two-hole ride belongs to Moonfall. Racing from third is Big Pond Cash, Dilicious fourth. There goes the backfield in motion fifth. Bet 'em Alive is first up. Chasing the cover on the outside sixth is One Wicket Man. And on the outside seventh, Woodmere Rocket Man. They were halfway home in 57 and 2. Midway round the paddock turn for the second time. Arriving at 5/8 next, led by Evil Lou. On the outside, Bet 'em Alive is second. Third at the rail, Moonfall. Fourth now on the outside, One Wicket Man. Big Pond Cash races fifth. On the outside, Woodmere Rocket Man is sixth. Dilicious is now seventh. They're by three-quarters. Evil Lou is still there. Bet 'em Alive on the outside, applying the pressure. And rough gated on the front end. Evil Lou, he got fancy stepping late. 3/4 in 1:26 and 4. Homeward bound they come. Evil Lou in between them. Bet 'em Alive. One Wicket Man on the far outside. Here's One Wicket Man and Kenny Arsenault in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold. Tight for the deuce. Moonfall up against Evil Lou. 1:55.3.
Evil Lou and McPherson, they set up shop on the front here in this PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division as we take a look at that Universal Media slow-mo. 28 and 1, they called the shot on the front end. 57 and 2 to the half. 126 and 4 3/4. Bet 'em Alive, a gutsy first over effort here for Sweet. And right on his back was the 7, One Wicket Man, full of confidence right now, coming in off that big win in the Barrio McIsaac for Arsenault. He set up a perfect second over trip here for this 3-year-old colt by Mick Wicked. Going to tip off cover at the top of the stretch and going to go right on by in deep stretch for the win. One Wicket Man picks up his 5th of the year, and that pushes his earnings well over 60 grand, almost closing in now on 70,000 on the season here. Wicked sophomore campaign for the 7, One Wicket Man. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle next.
One Wicket Man enters the Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle from tonight's 5th race. Bay facing Colt 3 by Mick Wicked. Off the Captain Treacherous Dam, Alexander Valley. Owned by James Farrow of Stratford. Bred by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. He'll guide the colt to his 10th lifetime victory. Time for the mile in 1:55 and 3. One Wicked Man in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now in race 5. Moonfall was second, Big Pond Cash 7th, Evil Lou 3rd, Battle Alive 4th, Woodmere Rocket Man was 6th, Dilicious finished 5th, One Wicked Man the race winner. Fractions went 28 and 1, 57 and 2, 126 and 4, and the mile 155 and 3. From the top, your program reads 273, 46, 5-1. One Wicked Man 460 to win. The Exactor 2030, Triactor 5520, Super High 5 at 75-18.
HBI PEI customers and players across the country receive 10 times the points when playing Red Shores Charlottetown on Thursdays and Saturdays in September. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hbibet.com.
Watch Me Shake It will lead the 6th race on Post Parade in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division for the 3-year-old Facing Fillies. Owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Windermere Class D2 is owned by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing, Matt Burke and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Bad Girl Bridgette number 3, owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague, Jason Hughes drives. Steady Heart number 4, owned by Bo Ford, Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. Bo does the training, Mark Campbell drives. 5 My Happy Place, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriel. Windermere on the Line number 6, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner. 5 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada.
Okay, we're getting a really good look at some nice fillies here on screen. Nice to see these two go head-to-head here tonight. They've had excellent year between the two of them, the 4 and the 3, but I'm going with the 3 on top. I like Bad Girl Bridgette. Jason Hughes drives for trainer Bill Lanigan. He's also the owner from Montague. PEI, 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror, and this one has 7 wins, a 2nd and a 3rd from 9 starts, closing in on 50,000 this year. Good post here tonight. Had a real good prep race last time out in that filly mare's preferred 2. Going up against some top age mares, which is always very tough for a sophomore filly. And this one had post 7 in that prep race. Got away 7th. And how about that rally? 3rd by 2 at the finish. 55-2. Closing quarter, 28-1. In against state competition in the 4 previous starts, all wins. Right on the front end in the 2 previous starts to last week, and then from off the pace, a brush and crush win, 4 back, 56. So she will be tough to beat. She picked up a new speed badge, 3 starts back, 54-2 on the front. Maybe heading back to the front here tonight from post 3. Bad Girl Bridgette, even money. And now we're getting a look at the other filly that I was talking about on the screen. Steady Heart, the 4, Bo Ford, Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, Scott Bridges. They share ownership on this talented daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip. Bo is the trainer, and Mark Campbell is in the seat. Mark's been getting along great with her this year. 8 wins from 11 starts, closing in on 24,000 this year. She had a nice win off almost at least, I think it was around 3 weeks after that scratch out of the Lady Slipper Gold during Old Home Week. She had a nice prep race for this one tonight, September 4th. got away fourth and made a move late in the mile to get up for the win in 56 flat. Closing quarter, 28-1. She was fourth in an overnight prior to that scratch. Now winners in 19:01. Again, going up against some tough mares. Race timed in 54-3, some tough older mares. She still grabbed a check in that one. So Steady Heart, if you're playing the exactor, she is a great option at 6-5. I like 3-4 in the exactor, and I'm going to go with the 2 Windermere Classy and Paul Langell. I'm going to close it out with this one. 4/3 Windermere Farms shares ownership with Brian and Ira Wallach Racing. Matt Burke and Don McNeil, they share ownership on this 3-year-old filly as well. Earl Watts is the trainer, and again, Langell driving. Pretty good summary on this one too. Just shy of 28 grand made in her sophomore campaign. She's 9 starts. She's 9 for 9 in the top 3. She's coming in off back-to-back seconds. Second to Bad Girl Bridge at 2 back, 54-4, and then second again last time out to Mind, Body, and Soul in 56 flat. Good starting spot for Windermere Classy and Langell. She could be right there at the finish as well. 8-1. Got a nice note from Jamie Ramsey over in Truro. He tells me Faith Ramsey's here at Red Shores taking in the card. Excellent day of racing. She loves racing here on the island. Big fan of Red Shores, so shout out to you, Faith. Thank you for joining us here this evening for a blockbuster card. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colt Stake, 3-year-old fillies of the gold variety. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Watch Me Shake It, Windermere Classy, Bad Girl Bridgette, Steady Heart, My Happy Place, Windermere on the line, post time. Often facing Bad Girl Bridgette leaves out at the rail. Watch Me Shake It. Joining them from the outside is My Happy Place, 3 wide third. Racing from fourth to Steady Heart, away fifth on the rail. Windermere Classy and the trailer. That's Windermere on the line. They're quarter pole bound. Watch Me Shake It, the leader at the rail. Here's Bad Girl Bridgette and the Blue Knight Hughes. They will clear, but it took them over to the opening quarter. Watch Me Shake It now second, dropping in to be third. My Happy Place, Steady Heart goes fourth. Then in fifth, it's Windermere Classy, trailing sixth. Windermere on the line, 28 Seconds flat opened it up. They're in straight alignment now. Led by Bad Girl Bridget. Watch Me Shake It, the long shot with the two-hole ride. Then in third, My Happy Place. That is Steady Heart racing fourth. Fifth up the rail is Windermere Classy. And then the sixth one, Windermere on the line. 57 and 1 was the half. Around the paddock turn they go. They're chasing Bad Girl Bridget at 5-8. On the outside, My Happy Place is second. Third up the rail, Watch Me Shake It. On the outside, Steady Heart is underway. Fourth, Windermere Classy fifth. Windermere on the line sixth. Arriving at three-quarters, Bad Girl Bridget still there. From the outside, My Happy Place grinding away first up. 1:26 and 1. Three-quarter time, eighth of a mile out. Bad Girl Bridget and the Blue Knight Use turning for home. Opened up 3. Second on the outside, My Happy Place. In at the rail, Watch Me Shake It. But it's Bad Girl Bridget to double up the Blue Knight Use. My Happy Place second. Steady Heart third. 1:54.3.
Race for place in this one. Bad Girl Bridget back to her winning ways, back in against 3-year-old fillies here tonight. And Hughes put her on the front from post 3, 28 and 1 half, 57 and 1. Three-quarters, 126 and 1. She kicks home in 28 and 2 for the victory in 154 and 3, just a fifth of a second off her lifetime best. She picks up her 14th career victory from just her 17th lifetime starts. That puts her over 90,000 in earnings in her career. Purchased for $7,000 out of the 2023 Atlanta Classic sale. Congrats to the connections. Nice find out of that sale, and wow, this is the dream when you can pick one out for $7,000 out of the sale, and they turn into just an absolute champion on the track. This is it. Bad Girl Bridget. She gets it done here in race 6. She'll be back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Bad Girl Bridget has arrived at the sixth race winner's circle. Bay-pacing filly, the 3-year-old daughter of Stonebridge Terror. Off the Badlands, Hanover Dam, What a Bad Girl. Owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague, bred by Blaine Sudbury. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes has his second stakes victory on the night for the double. The mile 1:54 and 3. Bad Girl Bridget in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the sixth race. Watch Me Shake It fifth. Windermere Classy sixth. Bad Girl Bridgette the winner. Steady Heart finished third. My Happy Place was second. Windermere on the line fourth. 28, 57 and 1, 126 and 1, and the mile 150, 4 and 3. In review, it's 5, 6, 1, 3, 2, 4. Bad Girl Bridgette paid $3 to win. The exactor was $8.50, triactor $12.50, superfecta $19.32.
Red Shores Racing excited to offer the new pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside, and features a $1,000 guarantee pool with a low 15% takeout.
Three-year-old facing fillies on the seventh race parade. Number 1, The Last Darty, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell drives. Windermere Honeymoon number 2, owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Murner is the trainer-driver. Molly Malone number 3, the owners are Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter, Kenny Murphy up. Blue Jean Baby, number 4, owned by Maura Kerr of Truro, William Babineau from Bedford, Nova Scotia, trained by Pooker McCollum. David Dowling catch drives. Irie number 5, owned by David Mercer. Keith and the estate of Kenneth McDougall, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee aboard. Graceful Moment number 6, owned and trained by Trevor Easter of Morel. Paul Langell catch drives. Cinnamon Swirls is number 7, owned by Stacy Dara from Stratford and Muriel McLeod of St. Charles, trained by Stacy Dara, Corey McPherson. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. We got things kicked off in the opener with Pop the Pin from the rail here for Hughes. Going to call all the shots, guarding the rail. Putting up the fractions 29-1, half 59, 3/4, 127-3. She's going to hang on for the length victory there, and 156-4 was a new pacing record for the 3-year-old filly by Courtly Choice. And Miss Believing's in there for the deuce. Woodmere Oduya third. The try paid $26. Over in race 2, it was the pylon skimming Lady Lamurai up the inside. You're going to see her in deep stretch, reach up and get the victory. It was an impressive mile for Lady Lamurai in 155-1. Jeff Atika in there for the deuce. Elm Grove Talia third, 3-1-2. Take a look at that try, 1,043.90 in race 2. Over in race 3, Red Eye to Shanghai. Mark Campbell hopped up for the first time aboard this Shanghai Phil Sun. And first up here tonight for Red Eye to Shanghai. It was an impressive mile, 28-3, half 59, 129. Time of the mile, 157-2 for Red Eye Shanghai on the first up win there for Campbell. 3.52 try paid $29.30. Over in race 4, a real good drive here by Kenny Murphy aboard Cheese Whiz, left off aggressively off the wings, getting to the front, a little give and go with Campbell there early, sitting in the pocket through the fractions, 57-3, 127-2. Going to get up for the victory in 156-2. Cheese Whiz gets it done for Murphy. Don't Come Looking second, Salzbrook Bolt third. Cheese Whiz on top, 5:01.10 is the try. And then over in race 5, One Wicket Man set it up perfectly here. Second over for Arsenault behind Bet 'em Alive there, who put up the first up, breaking the win there. Eva Lou put up the early fractions in that one, half 57-2, 126-4. Kenny pops off that first over helmet, and he drives by in deep stretch for the victory in 155-3 as One Wicket Man goes back to back. And nice super high five in here, 71346. The 20-cent ticket paid $75.18. And then another gold in race 6. This time it was Bad Girl Bridgette from post 3. For Hughes, putting up the fractions, 28, 57-1, 126-1. She stops the clock in 154-3 for her 14th career victory. She gets it done in the PEI Colt State Gold Division Jockey Try at 12:50. And that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Now an update on tonight's 50-50 draw. Right now there's $1,100 going to go to the winner, but time is running out. Make sure you get your 50-50 draw ticket. Right now, there's $1,100 to the winner.
Dean Lewis and the St. Peter's Fire Department. They're here enjoying an excellent evening in the top of the park, so shout out to them, and thank you for joining us here this evening at Red Shores as Race 7 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
The last starty, Woodmere Honeymoon, Molly Malone, Blue Jean Baby, Irie, Graceful Moment, Cinnamon Swirls, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Woodmere Honeymoon is the first one out. The last starty second. Third into the turn, Molly Malone. To their outside fourth is Blue Jean Baby. Away fifth, that is Irie. Then it's Graceful Moment and Cinnamon Swirls on the outside. To the backstretch, Woodmere Honeymoon and Ada Murner on the early lead. Racing from second, the last starty. Third on the cones, Molly Malone. Racing from fourth, at the inside is Blue Jean Baby. Then in fifth, it's Irie. Sixth, that is Graceful Moment. Cinnamon Swirl sees them all in seventh, off of 30 seconds flat. Opening quarter mile straight alignment on the top turn. Woodmere Honeymoon is the fraction center by 2. The last starty race is second. Molly Malone third. Blue Jean Baby goes fourth. Irie fifth. Then in sixth, Graceful Moment. Seventh is Cinnamon Swirls. No movement as they arrive at the midway point, led by Woodmere Honeymoon, that 2-length lead. Second is the last starty, 59 and 4.5. Molly Malone continuing third. Then gapping fourth is Blue Jean Baby. Irie in fifth. Sixth is Graceful Moment. Cinnamon Swirl seventh. We've had no right line movement in here, and they're approaching three quarters, led by Woodmere Honeymoon. Tracking second, the last starty. Molly Malone in third. Blue Jean Baby fourth. Irie is fifth. Then in sixth, that's Graceful Moment. Cinnamon Swirl seventh. Still no movement out of three quarters of 1:29 flat. And they're headed down the home stretch. Woodmere Honeymoon the leader. Molly Malone on the outside. The last starty closing up at the rail. Deep stretch now. Molly Malone in a PEI Stakes shocker for Kenny Murphy. The last starty second. We'll need a show picture. 1:58 flat. Molly Malone shocks them at Charlottetown. There goes the inquiry sign now in race number 7. It's under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry involves a break on 4, Blue Jean Baby, at the finish.
Well, Kenny Murphy's got himself another PEI Colt Stake victory, and here he gets it done in a shocker. $52 on the board. If you like Molly Malone, congrats, as that is a pretty nice win ticket. They're going to measure them perfectly here in deep stretch. The two, Woodmere Honeymoon and Murner, they put up all the numbers in here, 30, 59, and 4, 129 to the three quarters. But then Woodmere Honeymoon starting to get a little tired in the stretch, and Molly Malone's going to pounce on her late. The Fred Painter trainee steps up big here in PEI Colt Stakes grassroots action. as she gets it done in race number 7 in 158 flat. We'll see them back in the crown rust proofing winner circle next.
Reminder to get that 50-50 draw ticket. Tracy's on the tarmac. She's in her 50-50 attire. There's $1,100 to the winner, but time is very limited. Get your 50-50 ticket. Well, no one told Molly she was the longest shot on the tote board here on this Saturday night at Charlottetown. That made no difference to the filly. She goes on to win a division of the PEI Colt Stakes, and she's in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Molly Malone, Bay Pacing Filly 3 by In the Arsenal from the Bettor's Delight Dam, Frenzy. Owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, bred by Black Knights Tables of New York, trained by Fred Painter. Kenny Murphy, second winner on the night for the double. Time for the mile in 158 flat. Molly Malone in a PEI Colt Stakes shocker. Results of the judges' inquiry in the 7th race. Number 4, Blue Jean Baby, finished 3rd. Will be placed 4th for a lap-down break at the finish. Here's the official results now from race 7. The last start, he was 2nd. Woodmere Honeymoon finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Molly Malone, the race winner. Blue Jean Baby finished 3rd, was placed 4th for a lap-down break at the wire. Irie finished 5th. Graceful Moment was 6th. Cinnamon Swirl 7th. The quarterly fractions were 30, 59 and 4, 129, and the mile in 158. From the top, after the placings, your program reads 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Molly Malone, $52 on the nose. The exactor, 56.80. Triactor, 243.10. Superfecta, 40.94.
Spin to Win is back at Red Shores, Charlottetown from now until September 30th. Rewards Club members have a chance to spin the prize wheel and win up to $1,000 in free play prizing. Seat draws take place every hour between 3 and 8 p.m. from Sunday to Thursday. And for more details and to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca.
Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for the 8th race parade. Lorne Valley Live #1, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Mind, Body, and Soul wears #2, owned by Windermere Farms. Beryl McNeil, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell up. Woodmere Betcha 3, owned by the stable Woodmere Betcha of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Jamie Smith, Mike McGuigan. Halmac Maleficent #4, owned by Gordy Hennessy, Laurie Hennessy, and Polly Mel Bernard. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, Kenny Murphy drives. I'll Be a Wicked One #5, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Burial. Tobin's Dream 6, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Corey McPherson catch drives. 4 minutes to post time. The top contenders are coming up next, but first a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. You have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know,
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
and that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
Out onto the track we go here for race 8, about 3 minutes away from post time. Another gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes here for 3-year-old fillies. Going with the 2 in here, Mind, Body, and Soul. 3-year-old filly by Malicious, owned by Windermere Farms. Beryl McNeil, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn. They all share ownership. Earl Watts trains, and Mark Campbell in the seat. Mark was in the seat for a B stake victory during Old Home Week there. A wire-to-wire win in 55-1 sharp effort, 28-1 final panel. And then the filly backed it up with another big win, a Lady Slipper Gold last time out. First up win for Langell in 55-3, 29-1 final panel. Over 28 grand made this year. 4-time winner from 9 starts. Good starting spot for Mind, Body, and Soul for Campbell, 6-5. How Mac Maleficent leaves from post 4. Kenny Murphy having himself a fantastic evening. Has a pretty good shot in here, too, aboard this 3-year-old filly by Malicious. Gordy Hennessy trains. Gordy Hennessy shares ownership with his sister Lori and Paul Emile Bernard of New Brunswick. 4-time winner from 8 starts, 6 for 8 in the top 3, $37,000 made this year and counting. Coming in off a third and 56 and 2 last time out, 28 and 2, and then a nice win in a Lady Slipper Gold on the front end, 58 and 1, closing quarter 28 and 3. She's got a good shot in here too at 4 to 1. Woodmere Betcha going to round out my try. 3-year-old filly by Bet the Moon. Mike McGuigan driving for trainer Jamie Smith. The stable Woodmere Betcha group is the owner. Coming in off back-to-back thirds. Pretty nice efforts. 56 and 4 on the front end in a Lady Slipper Grass route, 2 back, and then an overnight. Last time out, a nice ground-saving trip that night. Get up for the third. Just beat a length at the finish, 57 and 2. Close the quarter, 28 and 2. Good starting spot for Woodmere Betcha here tonight to draft along the inside again tonight. She could round out the top 3. I'm at 2-4-3 in this 8th race, 6 to 1 currently on Woodmere Betcha. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for tonight's 8th race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies Gold Division. Purse $20,250. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Lauren Valley Live, Mind, Body, and Soul. Woodmere Betcha, How Mac Maleficent. I'll Be a Wicked One. Tobin's Dream. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, how Mac Maleficent leaving out, and she's Rough Katie getting out, and confusion in the backfield here at the start. Into the turn, and up the rail, Lorne Valley Live is the leader. To his outside, racing from second, I'll Be a Wicked One. To get away third, that's how Mac Maleficent racing from fourth. In the early going is Tobin's Dream. Back into fifth, Mind, Body, and Soul. And the trailer, Woodmere Betcha. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 8 under a judge's inquiry. Retain your tickets here by the quarter, and up front on the lead now, that is I'll Be a Wicked One and Gilberto. 28 seconds flat, opened it up. Racing from second, Lorne Valley Live. Then in third, Mac Maleficent. With the leaders, fourth is Tobin's Dream. In the backfield, Mind, Body, and Soul, and a Woodmere Betcha. They're halfway home in the gold, led by I'll Be a Wicked One. Two-hole ride to Lorne Valley Live. Racing from third, Mac Maleficent. Fourth into the turn is Tobin's Dream. Then it's Mind, Body, and Soul, and the trailer, Woodmere Betcha. 57 seconds flat for a half a mile. They're going to three-quarters next, and the leader, I'll Be a Wicked One. Right there, second is Lorne Valley Live. Mac Maleficent continuing third. Fourth on the cones, Tobin's Dream. Mind, Body, and Soul fifth. Woodmere Betcha sixth. They're by three-quarters. I'll Be a Wicked One is still there in 1:26 and 4 with an 8 left to go. Here is Tobin's Dream to take over, turning for home. I'll Be a Wicked One could not hold her off. On the outside, Mac Maleficent. But here's Tobin's Dream for Corey McPherson in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold. Second, Mac Maleficent. Third is Lorne Valley Live. 1:55.4. Reminder of the judge's inquiry underway here in race number 8. Judge's inquiry, retain your tickets. Judge's inquiry involves the conduct of race number 8 after the start going into the first turn.
Yeah, inquiry here in race 8, Mind, Body, and Soul, Woodmere Betcha breaking into the first turn. So hold on to all tickets as the judges take a look at the ongoing inquiry here. That's what the old saying is, you never know what's going to happen in a horse race, and it was true in this 8th race. Tobin's Dream sitting off the early fractions put up by I'll Be a Wicked One. Barrio said with the breakers early, why not take a shot at the front, and he went there. 28. Half 57, 126 and 4. Tobin's Dream and McPherson, they brush and crush in the final quarter, getting the job done in 155 and 4. Closing quarter, 29 flat. She picks up her third of the season, 5th lifetime. She's having a pretty good year. She had just shy 30 grand going into tonight made, and that puts her almost to 40 grand on the season. So a little shy of that, 39,000 roughly for Tobin's Dream this year. She gets it done for McPherson here in race 8, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle next.
Tobin's Dream arriving at the 8th race. Winner's Circle, bay-facing filly. She's 3 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, Putnam Mackenzie. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. Bred by Wendell Williams. Trained by Kevin McLean. Corey McPherson got a catch driving call right into the Winner's Circle. And the time of the mile in 1:55 and 4. Tobin's Dream captures the PEI Colt Stakes Gold at Charlottetown.
Here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry in this 8th race. They're taking a look at race in action there. Going into that first turn, traffic got a little tight. Couple breakers, so hold on to all tickets as the judges sort out this inquiry.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 8th race. Racing official deemed that number 4, Howmack Maleficent, interfered with numbers 2 and 3 after the start into the first turn. Howmack Maleficent finished second, will be placed 6th. Now the official results from the 8th race. Lorne Valley Live finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. Mind, Body, and Soul finished 5th, was placed 4th. Woodmere Betcha finished 6th, was placed 5th. Howmack Maleficent finished 2nd, was placed 6th for interference on numbers 2 and 3 after the start into the first turn. I'll Be a Wicked One finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Tobin's Dream, the race winner, 28:57. 126 and 4, and the mile 155 and 4. From the top down, after the placings, your program reads 245,631. Tobin's Dream 1470. The exactor paid 144.70. The triactor at 700, 280. Superfecta carryover. Ninth race, a division of the Aged Pacing Mare Series, presented by Standardbred Canada. Age 44 Dome number 1, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. 2 Tobin's Brownie, Adam Murner trains and drives for owners Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks of Springvale. 3 is Sugar Bowl, owned by Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, Gilles Barrio. Miss Dutton, number 4, owned by Should Have Been on a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay, Paul Langell driving. 5 is Freaky Fanny, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, trained and driven by Darren Crow. 5 minutes to post time. Red Shores Charlottetown is proud to host Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. It's October 10th, 11th, and 12th.
The 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is set for Thanksgiving weekend at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino in Charlottetown. The Weekend of Champions starts with the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Saturday features a top-notch card of racing and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Awards Banquet and Gala in the top of the park. Join us Sunday for a special presentation of the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award before the best colts and fillies compete for championship honors. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. For a complete list of events, accommodations, and sponsors, visit Redshores.ca.
Excellent group of 5 Atlantic Age Pacing Mares going to battle in this race. Purse 5 $1,000. It's presented by Standard Bread Canada and Sugar Bowl. I'm going to put this one on top. Just knocking on the door all around the win in the last couple starts. On the front end, 2 starts back, couldn't see it through. Finished a good second though. 55 flat for Barrio, and then Brady Sweet in the seat last time out. They had post 6, got away 4th. Then they made a late move. They were on top at the top of the stretch and then tailed off again 4th by 2.5. 55-2, another good race time. 28-3 final panel. She was a 7-time winner last year, just 3 from 13 this year, so I think she's overdue for a win. Her last victory came back on June 19th, so again, I just think she's overdue. Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart is the owner. Sugar Bowl, my top play. Good price right now, 5-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to check your 50-50 draw tickets tonight. It's valued at $1,255. The winning number will be Q2905582. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,255, Q2905582. Good luck.
Okay, I went right next door to Tobin's Brownie in the exactor. She's coming into this race off 2 impressive front-end victories. She had the rail both weeks and made it count, getting the job done 55-1. 2 back, then 55-2 last time out. Both closers in 28 and change. Adam Myrna trains and drives for Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks. 41 lifetime victories. Can't count her out in here in this compact field of 5. She moves out 1 spot on the wings to post 2 and should get a good trip up close to the lead, so I'm going to again put her in. For the deuce, Tobin's Brownie. Slight choice, 3-2. Ace 44 Dome got that long overdue win last time out. She was 0 for 19 going into that race. She picked up the win on the class drop, 57-4, but not too long ago from the rails, she had a good 2-hole ride, ended up 4th. Take a look at that race time, 53-2, closing quarter, 28 flat. I expect her to a big effort from her tonight from the rail. I think she'll probably get a nice 2-hole ride with Hughes in the seat for trainer Ashley Gamester and owner Donnie McRae. Ace 44 Dome could be a good value play in here at 6-1. Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series presented by Standardbred Canada, purse 5,000. The field for the 9th lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back up to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Ace 44 Dome, Tobin's Brownie, Sugar Bowl, Miss Dutton, and Freaky Fanny, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Dropping, pacing, Tobin's Brownie. There's 4 of them leaping out. Ace 44 Dome at the rail. Sugar Bowl third and way wide. Miss Dutton fourth. Then the early trailer. Freaky Fanny. They round the turn, arriving at the 8th. And Toby's Brownie from the outside. And Murner, they'll lead it going to the quarter. Racing from second, Ace 44 Dome. Now in third, that's Sugar Bowl. Backed up to fourth is Miss Dutton, and the gapped out trailer, that is Freaky Fanny. They're on by the opening quarter, and they're sitting up here on the front end. Tobin's Brownie tripped the quarter in 28 seconds flat. Racing from second, Ace 44 Dome in mid-pack third. That is Sugar Bowl. Miss Dutton goes fourth. Freaky Fanny is closed in from fifth. They arrive at the opening half mile next, and Tobin's Brownie will get them there. Ace 44 Dome tracks along in the 2-hole. Then in third is Sugar Bowl. Miss Dutton continuing fourth. Freaky Fanny is fifth. They were halfway home in 57 and 1. Around the paddock turn they go for time 2. Positions unchanged, down to 3/8 of a mile to go. The leader, Tobin's Brownie. Ace 44 Dome is second. There goes Sugar Bowl. Underway third. Racing fourth is Miss Dutton. Freaky Fanny is fifth. The 3/4 comes next. And it's Tobin's Brownie, the leader. On the outside, Sugar Bowl second. Ace 44 Dome third. They were 3/4 home in 1:26 and 3. They're well grouped with an 8 left to go. It's up for grabs in here. Tobin's Brownie, the leader. Sugar Bowl, the challenger. Ace 44 Dome in the passing lane. Miss Dutton and Freaky Fanny. Wow, set the camera up. On the wire they come. Miss Dutton got it all for Paul Angel. Sugar Bowl second. It might have been Freaky Fanny third. 1:55.2.
Showed some nice trips at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Heading race since July 12th. Ready to go at first asking. First start off the bench, Miss Dutton and Langell sitting off the hot early pace put up by Tobin's Brownie. Half 57 and 1/3, 126 and 3. My Top Play, Barrio, and the 3 Sugar Bowl. They're just a bit ahead back in this one as they are going to get edged out at the wire by the 4, Miss Dutton. Great effort from Sugar Bowl and Barrio to grab the deuce, but Miss Dutton, she gets it done here. Nice trip, 1:55 and 2. It's a season's best and just 2/5 of a second off her lifetime best. So big effort from Miss Dutton here in the 9th as she wins the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series division presented by Standardbred Canada. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle in just a moment.
Well, what a ride trainer Chris McKay has been on here in 2025. It's just been a magnificent run. And his trainee, Miss Dutton, has arrived at the crowned Rust Protection Winner's Circle here in the ninth race. She's a Bay Pacing mare 4 by Roll With It Harry from the Articulator Dam, Woodmere Dancing Art, owned by Should Have Been On a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, bred by Dave and Mitch Turney, trained by Chris McKay. Paul Langell drives her to victory tonight in 155 and 2. Miss Dutton in the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series at Charlottetown. Now the official results from the ninth race: Ace 44 Dome 4th, Tobin's Brownie 5th, Sugar Bowl was 2nd, Miss Dutton the race winner, Freaky Fanny finished 3rd. They went 28, 57 and 1, 126 and 3, and the mile 155 and 2. In review 452 13. Miss Dutton paid $6 to win. The exactor 1480, triactor 110.90, superfecta 3101.
The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association is proud to present. They presented the tonight's blanket to the winning horse there in that race. That was Miss Dutton, from providing group benefits to offering education, advocacy, and support for owners, trainers, grooms, and drivers. The PEIS HOA works to strengthen harness racing here at home, and we're committed to ensuring the future of our sport while celebrating the traditions that make PEI racing so special. So congratulations to the connections of Miss Dutton, tonight's winner, from all of us at the PEI SHOA. Red Shores is pleased to present the 2025 Island Oceans Trot Series. The first 3 legs of the series will go for a purse of $6,500 each, followed by the final on Sunday, October 12th, for a purse of $15,000. Thank you to title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables for their continued support of harness racing on PEI. Just a reminder to horsemen and women that overnight declarations for Summerside race cards Sunday, September 21st and Tuesday, September 23rd need to be in by Thursday, September 18th. And some overnight races may need to be used to fill the Sunday card, and then the rest will go on Tuesday.
Gold Division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old facing colts on the 10th race parade. Number 1, Bentley, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Paul Langell will drive. Corey McPherson doing the post parade. DJ Mustang 2, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Dan Beliveau of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell, driven by Mark Campbell. Like a King, number 3, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained by Donnie Milligan, David Dowling. Here on Earth, number 4, owned by Jared and James Farrow of Stratford. Jared does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Sergeant Crowley, number 5, owned by the Ultimate Stable and Barbara Crowley of New Brunswick, trained by Sifroy Melanson, Gilles Barriel. Income Approach, number 6, owned by Rachel McDonald of Black Point, Nova Scotia. Rachel does the training. Claire McDonald does the driving. 4 minutes to post time. Up next, a message from HPI and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Okay, seen DJ Mustang getting a little equipment adjustment there. The 10th race on track. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts Gold Division. Purse 18,500. I like this guy to win. 3-year-old Colt by Better Than Cheddar, Brady Doyle, and Dan Beliveau. They share ownership. Landon Campbell trains. His father Mark in the seat, coming in off a good race in 55 flat. In the Barrio McIsaac, it was a real good effort in the 2-hole there, ended up 4th. Fortunately, DQ'd to 7th in that race, but still a real good effort. And he was a bang-up 2nd in the elimination the week before as well, 58-2. And take a look at the trip back. 3 starts in Charlottetown, 2nd by a head, 55-3, and against Friar Voltaire. So big effort from him on that day, and even the start prior to that in New Brunswick Breeders at Woodstock, a wire-to-wire winner by 2 and 57-3. So he's got a really good shot to get back and put one in the win column. DJ Mustang, currently the slight choice right now at 8-5. Okay, from the 2, I'm going to go right into the 1, Bentley. I like this one in the exactor. Bentley reeled off a couple wins in a row, 55 and change, and then at the outside, post 6. 3 starts back, rallied to finish 2nd in behind Malevolent. Big trip from him on that day. Closed it out 28-3, 55-3. Good effort, 2 back for Hughes in an overnight and against some older horses, which is always tough for the sophomore Pacers. 56-3, closing quarter 28-4, and then last time out for Langell, another off the pace type trip in an overnight, 56-2, but a good prep to bring him into this PEI Colt State Gold here. 3-year-old colt by Peng Shui. Michael Clary, he is the owner, breeder. John Clary trains, and the one right now on the screen at 2-1 on the board. He has a real good shot, and like I said, He has a couple nice wins in 55 and change. 6-time winner from 12 starts. Bentley, 5-2. There is Like a King, David Dowling doing the driving here for trainer Don Milligan. Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick is the owner breeder. 3-year-old colt by Arthur Blue Chip coming in off a big second and an overnight in Woodstock. 57-1 for Mark Campbell. Closing quarter 29-4. It was a good runner-up finisher to DJ Mustang in the New Brunswick Breeders 4 starts back. And so with this inside draw, he could round out the top 3 at 2-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for tonight's 10th race. It's post time. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts Gold Division. Back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Bentley, DJ Mustang, Like a King. Here on Earth, Sergeant Crowley. Income approach at top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing up the rail. Bentley is the first one out. DJ Mustang is second. They're outside. Sergeant Crowley third. Crossing over fourth like a king. Then the fifth one on the turn here on Earth. And the trailer, Income Approach. Up the backstretch they go. Bentley guarding the cones for Paul Angel. DJ Mustang got away second. Racing from third. That's Like a King on the outside fourth as Sergeant Crowley up the rail here on Earth fifth. And Income Approach is trailing the field by the quarter mile. Bentley is out in front for Langell, 29-3 was the quarter mile. 2-hole ride, DJ Mustang, Like a King third. Sergeant Crowley, you don't find many friends when you're going for 18-5, and he's caught on the outside. Racing from fourth. Fifth up the rail here on Earth, and Income Approach is going to the outside sixth. They're halfway home, led by Bentley. DJ Mustang tracking second. Like a King continuing third. Overland is Sergeant Crowley fourth. On the cones here on Earth fifth. Income Approach sixth. 58 and 4 for a half a mile. By the 5/8 they go. Bentley is the leader. DJ Mustang is closed in. He's racing second. Like a King continuing third. That's here on Earth fourth. Income Approach swinging 3 wide fifth and advancing. Now the trailer. That is Sergeant Crowley. The 3/4 in the books. Bentley got them there in 1:28 and 2. They round the turn for the second and the final time with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Bentley trying to take them all the way. Second is DJ Mustang. Like a King third. Then in fourth, Income Approach. On the wire, Bentley makes every call a winning one for Paul Angel. in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold. Second, DJ Mustang, like a king. Third. Time for the mile in 1:56.2.
Okay, Bentley back to his winning ways. 3-year-old colt by Peng Shui. Lange will put him right on the front here from the rail. He was a winner from the rail. 5 back in a nice effort, 55-3. He gets it done here tonight in 56-2. Closing quarter, 28 flat. Lange will sit and chilly in the bike down the lane as he gets it done over the 2 DJ Mustang and Like a King. The inside 3 leaving out well, and they're going to finish 1, 2, 3 in this 10th race. We'll see Bentley and Langell back in the Crown Rust Proofing winner's circle next.
Here comes Bentley into the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Colt 3 by Pang Shui off the Western Hanover Dam. Western, a homebred of Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Paul Langell has back-to-back winners for the driving double. Colt on top at every call tonight, winning in 156-2. Bentley in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold at Charlottetown. Now the official results in the 10th race, Bentley the winner, DJ Mustang was second, Like a King third, Here on Earth finished fifth, Sergeant Crowley was sixth, Income Approach finished fourth, 29-3, 58-4, 128-2, and the mile 156-2. In review, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4. Bentley paid $470, the Exactor $750, Triactor $1760, Superfecta $447.
Join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorites: steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information.
Grassroots division for the 3-year-old facing colts in the PEI Colt Stakes on the 11th race parade, Redland Extinguisher number 1. Owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morsey of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Arthur Idlam 2, owned by Gaston Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRoche up. 2 Max 1 Moon number 3, owned and trained by Garnet Arnold of Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia, David Dowling. The Tulsa King number 4, owned by Josh McDonald, Mike Dix, and Cam McDonald, trained by Mike McGuigan, Corey McPherson drives. Number 5, Roland Reed, owned by Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, and George Riley of Summerside. Claire McDonald is the trainer-driver. Lindale Mr. Mac, number 6, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives at 4 minutes. 2 post time. The Red Shores late pick 4 has a guaranteed pool of $1,000. Starts in race number 11.
Three-year-old Colts and Geldings on track here for PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots Division. Purse $9,250. This is a good looker on the track right now. Arthur Idlam. Ryan DeRoche drives for trainer Greg McGinnis. 3-year-old Gelding by Arthur Bluechip. 3 wins and a second in his last 4 starts. 56-3 last time out. A winner by a head. 29-3 closer, and then second by a neck, 55-4. That was a big trip. 2 starts back and behind Mappo O'Reilly. And a couple nice wins down at that winners of 1, not more than 2 races life prior to that. So this is a real good looker on the track. Good starting spot for Arthur Idlam. Should be on front or at least in the 2-hole in here, but looking over this card, I have to think Ryan's going to want to put him right on the smoker, 7-5. from one good looker out to another. The Tulsa King, another sharp-looking individual out on the track. 3-year-old colt by Shadow Play. Shadow Play, he can throw them really good looking. And this guy is no exception. He's handsome out on the track. Coming in off a big win. Corey McPherson jumped up on him last week. They brushed and crushed him 56-1. Closing quarter 27-4. Winning by 5 1/4 lengths. Mike McGuigan is the trainer on this guy. Josh McDonald, Mike Dixon, Cam McDonald share ownership. And off that last win, I have to think this guy's going to be good to go again here tonight with McPherson retaining the mount. Starting from post 4 again this week, so maybe a similar trip, 8-5. If you're playing the Triactor in here, Redland Extinguisher, good starting spot. Why not throw this guy in? Raced well from post 6 last time out. The winners of 1, not more than 2. Spot up them 10 lengths at the quarter. Was only back 3/4 of a length at the finish. Race time 58-1, 28-4 final panel for owners Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Redland Extinguisher from the pole position, 5-1. Time is run out to get a ticket here on race 11. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor wagering. The Wild Horses tag jackpot is $25, and we're kicking off the late pick 4 here in race 11. So we're running out of time to get in on some action in this 11th race. Guaranteed pool in that pick 4, $1,000. Like to give a happy birthday shout out, happy 57th birthday to Joanne Boisvert, joining us here tonight, celebrating her birthday. So happy 57th. From all of us here at Red Shores, thank you for making us a part of your special day. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for tonight's 11th race. PEI Colt 6 3-year-old Colts Grassroots Division purse $9,250. Back up to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Redland Extinguisher, Arthur Idlam, 2 Max 1 Moon, the Tulsa King, Roland Reed, Lindell, Mr. Mac at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. The Tulsa King and Arthur Idlam are the first 2 out. At the rail, 3rd into the turn, a Redland Extinguisher. Dropping in to be 4th. As they round that first turn is 2 Max 1 Moon. Then it's Roland Reed 5th. And Lindell, Mr. Max 6th. Up front, it's Arthur Idlam in line to Ryan Ross. They will control. Second is the Tulsa King. Back into 3rd, Redland Extinguisher. Now 4th is 2 Max 1 Moon. Roland Reed has 5th. And trailing the field 6th, Lindell, Mr. Mac. They arrived at the quarter mile, led by Arthur Idlam in 29-2. Stocking in the 2-hole, the Tulsa King. All alone in 3rd. That's Redland Extinguisher. Back into 4th is 2 Max and 1 Moon. Roland Reed goes 5th. And trailing 6th, That is Lindale, Mr. Mac. Positions unchanged. Strung out at 10 at the midway point, led by Arthur Idlum. Racing from second, the Tulsa King. Redland Extinguisher continuing third, 58 and 2 the half mile. Moving up fourth on the outside is Roland Reed at the rail fifth. 2 Max 1 Moon, and then the trailer on the outside, Lindale, Mr. Mac. They're going to three-quarters, led by Arthur Idlum. The Tulsa King continues to track second. Roland Reed is picked up third on the outside. Redland Extinguisher on the rail fourth. 2 Max 1 Moon is fifth. Lindale, Mr. Mac sixth. 1:27 and 1. They trip three-quarters with an eighth of a mile to go. Arthur Idlum turning home. The Tulsa King on the outside for the stretch drive. Redland Extinguisher third. Deep stretch now. Here is the Tulsa King for Corey McPherson. Arthur Idlum is second. Finishing third, Redland Extinguisher. 1:55.30.
Well, the Tulsa King looks like he's found a new partner with Corey McPherson. Back-to-back wins. First time Corey drove him. Brush and crush victory in an overnight here in Charlottetown. He just stepped up with the PEI Coal Stakes Grassroots Division. Nice pocket ride following Arthur Idlum through fractions of 29 and 2, half 58 and 2. Three quarters, 127 and 1. Last quarter of the race, 28 and 2. His was a little better than that. Maybe 28 and 1, 28 flat, as the Tulsa King gets it done here in a grassroots division. And we'll see McPherson and the Tulsa King back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Tulsa King arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle, facing Colt 3, the son of Shadow Play. From the Shanghai Phil Dam, a racy miss, owned by Josh McDonald, Mike Dix, and Cam McDonald. Bred by Robin Burke of Brackley, trained by Mike McGuigan. Corey McPherson will guide the colt to his fifth lifetime victory and a new pacing record of 1:55 and 3. For Corey, that's his second winner tonight for the double. The Tulsa King in the PEI Colt Stakes with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from race 11. Redland Extinguisher third. Arthur Idlum was second. 2 Max 1 Moon fourth. The Tulsa King, the race winner. Roland Reed finished fifth. Lindale Mr. Mac was sixth. 29 and 2. 58 and 2. 127 and 1. and the mile 155 and 3. In review 324-156. The Tulsa King paid $5 to win. The exactor was $6.70, the triactor $13.60, superfecta $2.76.
Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores.
Second division of the Atlantic 8 Facing Mares Series on the 12th race parade. Number 1 is Salisbrook Feisty, owned and trained by Kerry Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Keith Legg drives. 2 is Get Answers, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Windermere's 83, owned by Shane Essen, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skierman, trained by Saul Lanigan. Kenny Murphy drives. Rosedown Mary, number 4, owned by the Rosedown Stable of Stratford, and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall. Corey McPherson is the trainer-driver. Aviana, number 5, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point and Carol Campbell of Badek, Nova Scotia, trained by Beau Ford. Gilles Barriol, 4 minutes to post time. Thank you to Northumberland Ferries for their continued support of the PEI harness racing industry.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, race 12 on track, Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series, presented by Standard Bright Canada, purse $5,000. I'm betting Aviana gets back to her winning ways after she reeled off 4 in a row off the qualifier. The head race since August 16th prior to that September 4th start, so almost 3 weeks off. She had the rail on that day, rallied to finish second, 55-1. Closing quarter, 27-4, and that trip 3 back, just incredible, 52-3. So she should be ready to roll here tonight. Bo Ford, the trainer, making an equipment adjustment, taking off the ear hood, going with ear plugs. So the ability for Barrio to pop the plugs here could play a key role. 5 for 5 in the top 2 with 4 wins from just 5 starts for Haley Curry and Carol Campbell. 4-year-old mare by Roll with Joe with the Maritime Magic Man in the seat from post 5. Aviana 6-5. Get Answers has a real good shot in here as well. Brady Doyle and Ryan and Everett McLeod, they share ownership. This one reeled off 2 wins in a row there, 55-1, 54-3, 2 starts back. And then at post 5, got away 6 by 7 in that tough Philly Mares Preferred. 2 last time out, half 57-2, that second quarter, 29-3. Sealed her fate last time out, 7 3/4 lengths back at the half. She still closed up almost 5 lengths on the field. 2.5, she was back at the finish. Closing quarter, 27-4. So she's going to get a much better look at this field here tonight from post 2. Mark Campbell in the seat for his son Landon, 4-1. Last week's winner, Rosetown Mary, got up for Peter McPhee's value play of the night that night at 8-1. 55 flat was the mile. 28 seconds final panel. And so she's probably going to draft along, maybe sitting 4th here, and watch for her late kick. She flew home last time out to get the win. And prior to that, look at that, she reeled up 4 seconds in a row in that good second 4 back, 53-1. To Aviana, runner up again to Aviana, 3 back. And so she's going to be right there at the finish again. Rosetown Mary, Corey McPherson trains and drives for Rosetown Stable, and Taylor McPherson. Currently 9-2 on the board. Excellent group of mares. Rosetown Mary, she's got her nose right on that Metro Home Building Center starting gate as the rest of the field begins to move up in behind that gate. It's post time for the 12 Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series presented by Standard Bright Canada. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Salzbrook Feisty, Get Answers, Windermere Sadie, Rosetown Mary, Aviana, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off and pacing, Rosetown Mary is leaving out at the rail. Salzbrook Feisty, third one, Get Answers on the outside, fourth, Aviana, and the early trailer. That is Windermere Sadie. They arrive at the opening eighth, and Rosetown Mary for Corey McPherson has the lead. On the outside, Get Answers coming with her now. Third at the rail, Salzbrook Feisty. Aviana races from fourth, and Windermere Sadie trails the field. They arrive at the quarter. Get Answers takes over for Mark Campbell. Rosetown Mary now with the two-hole ride in mid-pack third. That's Salzbrook Feisty, 28 and won the quarter mile. Fourth around the turn is Aviana, and the trailer fifth. That is Windermere Sadie. Down the stretch they come in straight alignment, arriving next at the half mile, led by Get Answers and Campbell. Racing from second is Rosetown Mary. Salzbrook Feisty continues in third. Aviana goes fourth, and Windermere Sadie fifth. 56 and 3 was the half mile. At the 5/8 pole, Get Answers getting them there. Rosetown Mary races second. Here comes Aviana on the outside to take over third. Salzbrook Feisty fourth, and on the outside fifth, Windermere Sadie. They're at the three-quarter pole. Get Answers the leader. Aviana from the outside is taking over second. Rosetown Mary at the rail third. Windermere Sadie fourth. Now the trailer fifth. Salzbrook Feisty 1:25 and 3 the three-quarters. Homeward bound now. Here's Aviana on the outside. Get Answers in the middle. Rosetown Mary closing up at the rail. Aviana and Perio on the line. Get Answers second. Rosetown Mary third. Time for the mile in 1:54 and 1.
Well, not the way I drew it up in my mind, but 524 is the winning ticket here unofficially in this 12th race. Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. Rosetown Mary scooting right off the wings early for McPherson. I didn't know she had that quick gate speed. She pounced on them early, getting to the front, and then released Get Answers and Campbell. 28 and 1, half 56 and 3 that second quarter. 28 and 2, tough on the two Get Answers. No answer for Aviana in deep stretch through three quarters. 125 and 3 to stop the clock. 154 and 1 for Aviana and Barrio with a first up grind to get the win here as the chalk at 2-5. Get Answers second. Rosetown Mary third. 524 again is the unofficial top three in this 12th race, and we'll see Aviana and Barrio back in the Crown Rust Proofing winner circle next.
Aviana arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare, 4 years, the daughter of Roll with Joe, is off the Western Paradise Dam, Salzbrook, Alana. Owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point and Carol Campbell of Bedeck, Nova Scotia. Bred by Michael Polanski of New York. Trained by Bo Ford and driven to victory by Gilles Barrio. The mare gets her 10th lifetime victory on this night, the mile 154. And 1/5. Aviana in the Atlantic Age Pacing Mare Series. Now the official results from the 12th race, Salzbrook Feisty 5th. Get Answers finished 2nd and had broken equipment. Windermere Sadie 4th. Rosetown Mary 3rd. Aviana the race winner. 28-1, 56-3. 125-3. The mile 154-1. In review, it's 5-2-4, 3-1. Aviana paid 280. The exactor was 860, the triactor 940, and the superfecta was a $166.
The 2025 Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds starting at 11:30 a.m. You can join us on October 9th from 3 to 7 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearly preview. And you can visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results.
Thirteenth race, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes, number 1, Fill My Beer, owned by Brady Dahl, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 2 is Dusty Lane Levi, owned by Tammy and Kathy Johnson, trained by Greg Weatherby, Jason Hughes. Level and 3 is owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Camco Lucas, number 4, owned by Hal Smith of Fondle and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven by Brody McPhee. Onions to Go, number 5, owned by Douglas McCrory, Edward Benner, and Max Webster Stables. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. One Can Dan, number 6, Redmond Doucette of Inverness, Nova Scotia, is the owner and the driver. Lennon McIsaac trains. Rosetown Eclipse 7, owned by the Rosetown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman. Corey McPherson is the trainer-driver. 5 minutes. 2 post time. Kurt, you and I come up with our selections here in race number 13 on this PEI Colt Stakes Super Saturday. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the 3, Malevolent. He has put quite a career together here in his 2-year-old freshman season and now racing here at 3, a winner of over $150,000 in prize money. Like him on top right now, paying $540, and that's 8 to 5, and that is a real good price. I like the 1 Fill My Beer off of the rail. I'll look for him to track along in the 2 hole. Going to go to 7 Rosetown Eclipse, and if you play the Super, I'm on the 2, Dusty Lane Levi. 3172 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
I'm on the inside 3, Vance. I like your exactor, but I'm going to throw in Dusty Lane Levi to round out my top 3. He's been so good, just coming off 2 wins in 2 seconds in his last 4 starts. So I like him to round out my try. Malevolent on top, as Vance mentioned, quite a career, quite a stake career, over 150 grand made. Looking for win number 15 in his 21st lifetime start. Incredible. So he's got a good starting spot. He should go right down the road. Fill My Beer will be pushing out from the rail, though. If they don't want the front, they're probably going to want that 2-hole ride. So Fill My Beer, if you're playing the exactor, 6 to 5 currently on him for Mark Campbell. And then again, Dusty Lane Levi at 5 to 1. So 3-1-2 for me here in race 13. Good luck with your selections. Getting close here in race 13, our final PEI Colts Stakes of the day. 3-year-old colts, and maybe we save the best for last. We got Malevolent going up against Fill My Beer. 3-5 currently on Malevolent. Fill My Beer 2-1, 8-1 on my play for third. Dusty Lane Levi. Camco Lucas at 19-1, 14-1 on the 5 Onions to Go. One Can Dan at 14-1 and 7-1 on Rosetown Eclipse. Out there in post 7, kicking off the late double here in this 13th race. Also have Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta wagering the Wild Horses tag. Jackpot is $25, and we still have the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial coming up in our 14th finale. So stay tuned here with us at Red Shores. Still 2 to go and 2 dandies to close it out here on a doubleheader PEI Colt Stakes Saturday. We're getting close here in the 13th. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for race 13 PEI Colt Stakes. 3-year-old Colts Gold Division purse $18,500. Back up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Fill My Beer, Dusty Lane Levi, Malevolent, Camco Lucas, Onions to Go, One Can Dan, a Rose Down Eclipse, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing at the rail, Fill My Beer, the first one out. Dusty Lane Levi is second, Malevolent third, coming on the far outside, Rose Down Eclipse, around the turn fourth. To get away fifth is Camco Lucas, then Onions to Go, and a One Can Dan, the trailer, quarter full bound, Fill My Beer and Mark Campbell, they're on the choo-choo. Racing from second, Dusty Lane Levi, settling into third, that is Malevolent. Racing from fourth is Rose Down Eclipse. On the cones, fifth is Camco Lucas. He's followed by Onions to Go and One Can Dan. 28 and 2 was the front quarter. Fill My Beer cutting this one out. Racing in the 2-hole, that's Dusty Lane Levi. Malevolent enters the opening half mile from third. Then the fourth is Rose Down Eclipse. Camco Lucas fifth, with Onions to Go sixth, and One Can Dan seventh. Halfway home, Fill My Beer, the midway point leader in 57 and 1. Around the turn they go. 5H comes next, and Fill My Beer getting them there. Second, that's Dusty Lane Levi. Malevolent has made his move to the outside third. On the cones fourth, Rose Town Eclipse. Camco Lucas on the outside fifth. Onions to Go sixth. One Can Dan on the outside seventh. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 4. Fill My Beer still the leader. Malevolent now second. Dusty Lane Levi right there in the pocket third, and they're homeward bound. Fill My Beer up the inside. Dusty Lane Levi coming on deep in the stretch. Dusty Lane Levi and the Blue Knight have upset them here in the PEI Colt Stakes. Gold 155 flat. There will be a win picture.
Tight win photo there in the PEI Colt 6 Gold 13th. The pocket sitter Dusty Lane Levi. I think he times it right here to to get up the pass lane for the victory over Fill My Beer, who had rail control and all the respect off the wings. Campbell got to cut it and call the shots. 28-2, half 57-1, 3/4 126-4, but no answer for the two, I believe. May hold on. Yeah, he gets up for the victory. He poked a neck out in front, but then Fill My Beer came back on a little bit, made it interesting at the finish. 155 flat for the victory. Dusty Lane, Levi, and Hughes get it done in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division, right to his record. He gets it done here. The 3-year-old gelding of Lather Up will be back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Dusty Lane Levi arrives at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle in tonight's 13th. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Lather Up from the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Rock BL Lady. Owned by Tammy and Kathy Johnston, bred by Ronnie Gass of Cornwall, trained by Greg Weatherby. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes has just tripled up in the PEI Colt Stakes on this night, and the colt going right to his record of 155. Dusty Lane Levi shocks them in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold, and the Blue Knight, he triples up 155. Now, the official results in the 13th, Fill My Beer second, Dusty Lane Levi the winner, Malevolent finished third, Campco Lucas fifth, Onions to Go sixth, One Can Dan was seventh, Rosedown Eclipse finished fourth, 28-2, 57-1, 126-4, and the mile 155. From the top, your program reads 213. 5674. Dusty Lane Levi paid $38.90 on the nose. The exactor 159.60. Triactor 175.20. Superfecta 45.70.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5, and the last race is upcoming 14th of the program with a low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside.
Reliable Motors presents the Richard Campbell Memorial on 14th Race Post Parade. Nothing Bugs Me, number 1. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Better Than Spring, number 2, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan. Twinbee Tough Enough 3 is owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. B2B number 4, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Roll'em number 5, owned by Savage Stable, Brent Campbell and Ryan McLeod, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. Nothing But Finesse number 6, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ellen Stevenson, Mike Downey. Salzburg Ian 7, owned by the Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murder. 3 minutes to post time. Our next card of live racing tomorrow afternoon here at Red Shores Charlottetown. Post time 12:30. Kurt picks up the field for the Richard Campbell Memorial next.
Okay, here we go. Look at the starters here in race 14. Reliable Motors, Richard Campbell Memorial, purse $9,000. There's a look at my top play, B2B. For the Blue Knight Hughes, can he win 4 here tonight? I think he's got a great shot. Ashley Gamester trains, Donnie McRae and Blair McLaughlin, they share ownership. This guy was the 2023 winner of this race, and he tied the track record with that win in 150-1. It was a track record equaling performance. He followed it up last year with another win in this Richard Campbell Memorial in 52-4. He did that from post 4 last year, and I think he can get it done from post 4 again this year. I think the race is just going to set up good for him. There's inside speed. The 1 and 2 have lots of gate speed. Twinbee, Tough Enough, may come come first up and provide that cover for him to pick up that second over toe. And he loves stalking trip, and he can really pounce in the stretch when he's covered up. So we'll see how the trip plays out for B2B, but I think he's got an excellent shot at picking up the win. If you look down his lines, he was a winner 5 starts back where he got away 4th. And again, he rallied late to win in 51-4. Closing quarter, 27-4. Shows good last quarters up and down the page, so I think he can get it done here in the finale. B2B, currently a real good price, 7-2. And there is last week's winner, Twin B Tough Enough, gave Barrio his 9th win of the night that night. Barrio was presented with a plaque earlier tonight for that incredible triumph it was September 6th. They got it done last week, and Twin B Tough Enough got the job done at a post 8, driven aggressively. Barrio's usually tripping this guy out and driving him kind of conservatively, but last week he was fired up, and he fired this guy up early. Got away a little give and go, got that 2-hole ride behind B2B, and made that move late in the mile to get up for the win in 52-3. He was a good runner-up finisher from off the pace first up for Barrio. 2 starts back in 52, so he's been really good in his last 4 starts. He has post 3 here tonight. He should get a good trip up close to the lead. But if he's first up and B2B's on his back, he may have trouble getting the win and doubling up. But we'll see how they do here when the wings fold and see where they all end up going to the quarter. But Twin B Tough Enough definitely has a great shot at winning at 1-9. I like this horse, Nothing But Finesse. He rallied really well in the start prior to the Walterdale there in Woodstock, getting the win 55-1, and he raced super in the Roche McGregor Memorial 3 starts back, getting the win in 52 flat. Closing quarter 28-1. I liked him on that night. I thought he had a really good shot at winning, and he did get up for the win for Dr. Mitchell Downey of St. John. Alan Stevenson trains. Mike Downey, the veteran, in the seat. He's been getting along well with him. 2 wins and a second in his last 3. So he has post 6 here tonight, probably another off the pace style trip for Nothing But Finesse, but they could close out the try at long odds, 39-1. Wow, Twin B Tough Enough, 1-9 on the board, 210 on the board, 29.40 a ticket on my top play in here as the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Pretty wild, Kurt, that tote board to wrap up his Super Saturday on PEI Colt Stakes Day. They're lining up in the Richard Campbell Memorial. Nothing bugs me better than Spring Twin B Tough Enough, B2B, roll 'em, Nothing But Finesse, Salzbrookian, post time. Often pacing better than Spring is the first one out along the rail. Nothing bugs me going right with them. Third one around the turn now on the inside. That's Twin B Tough Enough to get away 4th. B2B back into 5th. Roll 'em, then in 6th. That is nothing but finesse. And trailing the field, Salzbrook early, racing along the backstretch. Better Than Spring the leader. Twin B tough enough. Barrio committed him on the outside. Now he's going back to Plan B. On by the opening quarter mile in. Boom! Just like that time, 27 and 1 the quarter. Better Than Spring and Miles Senior the leader. Second, Nothing Bugs Me. Twin B tough enough third. B2B are racing fourth. Fifth on the outside, Nothing But Finesse. At the rail, 6, Roll 'em. And the trailer, that is Salzbrook Ian. They were halfway home, led by Better Than Spring. 55 and 4 the time. Over to the 5/8 and run on the lead. Better Than Spring. Right alongside now. Twin B tough enough. Then a racing turn on the outside. B2B is there. Second over. Fourth at the rail. Nothing Bugs Me. Then racing from fifth. That is Nothing But Finesse. Roll 'em at the rail on the outside. Salzbrook in the 3/4 in 1:25 and a 1, 1/8 of a mile out. Twin B tough enough. B2B winding up for the stretch drive. Better Than Spring third. Down the stretch they come. Twin B tough enough. B2B on the outside. Here is his third consecutive Richard Campbell Memorial. And the Blue Knight Jason Hughes, he hits the Grand Slam. And it's B2B in the Richard Campbell Memorial in 1:53.1.
Well, it was 27.40 when they were going up and behind the gate. Went down to 9.80, but still a great win ticket. He had a perfect trip. It set up just like I thought it would. The 1 and 2, they show good gate speed, and I thought Heffernan may want to cut it. Twin B tough enough. Committed himself early, wanting to get to the lead there for Barrio. Had to go to Plan B, took back, and had to come first up, and he did provide that great flow for B2B. And when B2B gets his second over type of trip, he is really explosive in the final panel of the mile, and Hughes tipped him off at the cover at the top of the stretch, and he delivers for him. Getting up for the win, 1:53 and 1 as B2B three-peats in the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial 14th finale. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what kind of horse B2B is. He won the Richard Campbell Memorial in 2023. He come back and he won this race in 2024. And he has now three-peated this race. He is absolutely remarkable to get his third consecutive Richard Campbell Memorial tonight, 153 and 1. And that gives the horse 40 lifetime victories. And you credit young Aiden Hughes at the head of the horse on this Richard Campbell Memorial Night at Charlottetown. His father, the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, tops off Super Saturday with a grand slam of his own, 153 and a 1/5. And the winner's circle, friends and family of the late Richard Campbell, joining in the winner's circle presentation. Owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, the Bay-facing Stallion 8 by Sunshine Beach from the Lifeline Dam, beat full of Steinem. Actually, Gamester with that training double, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes with the grand slam. He's the co-holder of the track record here in Charlottetown. B2B and his third consecutive Richard Campbell Memorial victory. Now, the official results in the 14th race, nothing bugs me. 4th. Better Than Spring, 5th. Twinbee Tough Enough was 2nd. B2B, the race winner. Rollum finished 7th. Nothing But Finesse was 3rd. Salzbrook Ian finished 6th. They went 27 and 1, 55 and 4, 125 and 1, and the mile 153 and 1. In review, 452, 1736. B2B paid $9.80 to win. The exactor was $9.20. The triactor $35. The late daily double paid $104.30, and the super high five at $49.14. That's going to wrap up Super Saturday, PEI Colt Stakes Day here at Charlottetown. Racing tomorrow. We do it all over again at 12:30. Tonight's Par Mutual handle, $83,504. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.